Hello, friends. My name's host Eric. I'm the huésped de Taquiendo de Famoso de People Plays. It's 2:19 in the AM, and I'm streaming my little heart out. When I was a child, I had this fear that I was secretly retarded, and that my parents were paying my friends to play along with it. So that I'd feel better instead of being so retarded, you know. Then later on in adolescence, I used to worry that I was secretly gay but didn't know it. Similarly FI polar thing to think. Like, you know, you get these like titty mags and rub one out and then think after the fact, I wonder if I'm secretly gay. After all, I was just touching my own penis. And that might make me gay. I don't really know the rules of this. I could easily be homosexual and not know. Just as I could easily be retarded and not know. Well, the fact is, it's true that you could be retarded and not know. Because that's kind of goes with the territory of being retarded. But it probably isn't true that you could be gay and not know. I don't think. Hi, Boba Fett. I knew it would make you happy if nobody else. And I want you to know I appreciate that. I really do. You are a big advocate of the live streams, and I appreciate that. And, you know, your clamoring for them does influence me somewhat. Thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm. You are not secretly retarded, Boba Fett. I might still be. I'm not quite determined that yet, but you are openly retarded. No, I'm just kidding. You're not retarded at all. Congratulations. I'm not sure if I've got Down syndrome. I'm not sure if I have, you know, encephalitis maybe. But all I know for sure is that there's a chance that I'm secretly retarded and secretly gay and don't even know it. It could be the case. Maybe I've just been fooling myself this whole time. Maybe you guys, maybe my parents are paying all of you guys to help play along with the fact that I'm pretending that I'm not retarded. That's what I thought when I was a child, you know. How am I going to catch them doing this? To prove to them and me and everybody else that I'm retarded. And you're not going to fool me about it anymore. Good morning, Dean Baba. You are a gentleman, a scholar, and a consumer of fine live stream content. Of course, when I was coming of age, as they say in the movies, being a homosexual wasn't okay. And it also wasn't really very clearly explained exactly what it was. So, as far as I knew, maybe I was, you know. Maybe I was gay. It's a strange thing to worry about because it's like I had a stack of pornography magazines. They were all full of naked ladies. So, and when I looked at them, they made me aroused. No, I got a good 4 hours of sleep. I finally got my Adderall late in the evening last night, like at 9:45 p.m. Because those people at the pharmacy, they like to give me the runaround. You're secretly gay when the 50s to 60s narrator guy starts narrating as you walk by the playground. Right. Some people aren't normal. They have a mental disease known as being homosexual. I'm homotextual. I only like text that says the same thing over and over again. So anyway, it's the middle of the night, I'm streaming. I don't have a whole hell of a lot to say. But, when does that ever matter, I don't need to know what I'm going to say or have anything to say nothing but brilliant things. That's one of the advantages of being me. Sure, I get a little constipated sometimes. That's one of the disadvantages of being me. I'm prone to constipation. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hide it any longer. I'm irregular. Okay? I get unreasonably constipated on the regular. It's like as soon as I stop taking the speed, it's like, hey, poop, why are you staying up inside of my body? Why don't you come on out? Come on out and say hello to the world. There's nothing more satisfying than when you have to go poop and you sit down and it all just comes out in one big piece. That's the most satisfying thing of all day. Well, maybe not the most satisfying, but very satisfying. I had the rectual intercourse last night. That was pretty satisfying, too. Is that you, Trouble? Did I just hear Trouble? I think I might have just heard Trouble meowing at me for food. He does that periodically. He says meow. Oh, yes, it is you. Hello, Trouble. Hello. Oh, yes, I hear you. Okay, I'll give you some food. Yes, I hear you. Trouble, you are loved. There you go, buddy. That's what my ESFJ wife used to tell me when I was feeling really blue. It was kind of nice to hear, Back when I was a drunk, I'd have really dark down periods and stuff where I really hated myself. And she'd say to me, Eric, you are loved. It was nice to hear, It actually was really nice to hear. It probably wasn't what I really needed to hear, which was, Eric, you need to quit drinking. But still. You can tell me the truth most truthfully. You can tell it to Ruth most ruthlessly. But whatever you do, don't administer it to me boofwardly. Okay? Instead of putting my foot in someone's ass, like I used to say. You better watch out before I administer my foot boofwardly. No, not Delilah's mom. Delilah's stepmom. Well, Delilah's functionally Delilah's mom, yeah, but not Delilah's biological mom. Delilah now has a pretty good relationship with her biological mom, but her biological mom was pretty absent for most of her early childhood. After she and I split up, she basically didn't really want to be a mom or parent. She had her own thing going on, and there were some sad occasions where it's like Friday night, Delilah's all dressed up, waiting to go with mom, got her little suitcase with her for the weekend, and mom just doesn't show up, you know. Pretty depressing for her if you're taking care of, you know, if your little girl's like, why doesn't mommy come get me? Pretty sad stuff. But, you know, pretty quick after mom left, I got Candace, a stepmom, and she was a great mother. You know, it's like, Candace was an ESFJ and an amazing mother for a child. Once Delilah hit to be about 13 or 14, it was a lot of clash between the two of them because ESFJs don't like it when their kids grow up. But Bio Mom was and is, I'm pretty sure, ISFP, a damaged ISFP. She cheated on me, and Delilah said, hey, don't feel bad, Eric. She's cheated on everyone she's ever been with. She said that to me not that long ago. I thought, oh, well, yeah. I don't really feel bad about it anymore, but it's a good point. We didn't get along well at all, though, his biological mother and I. I have no idea why we got married. We didn't get along well prior to getting married. You know, it was continual not seeing eye to eye about anything. I was feeling kind of bad and pukey last night. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Putler Gollum. It's not an uncommon confusion among INFJs thinking they might be INTPs. Their TI is pretty good. They're clearly intuitive. And they're clearly introverted. So it's a reasonable mistake to make, you know. But you know, in general, typology. Yeah, okay. I will. I'll probably do that after I stream tonight. I'll probably make some videos. Like make and upload and schedule some videos just so like at the end of each one of them say, don't forget I've got a sale going on right now. I booked 2 sessions since I put that sale video up, so that's good. I'd like to see it get a little bit more action than that. So yeah, I will bring back Type Police. Now that I got my new bottle. I've been sort of putting off attending to some things until that new bottle. Of course, you know, in the first rush of energy, what I first want to do is live stream. So here I am. This is how effy Rachel is. Not tonight, but the night before. Maybe the night before that. No, we still haven't been defunded yet. So, Rachel wanted to go to bed, and the cat was on her side of the bed. So, instead of moving the cat, or at least getting her blanket and moving herself to the floor, she didn't want to disrupt the cat with her blanket. So she came outside and got the other blanket from outside to take inside. And then she slept on the floor with the other blanket. Then in the middle of the night, I got up, as I get up frequently during the night, and I came out here and smoked a cigarette with the intent of going back inside and going back to bed thereafter. Who appears in the doorway carrying this blanket from outside is Rachel, because even though she was fast asleep, it occurred to her somehow as she's sleeping, oh shit, I took the blanket from outside, Eric's going outside, he might want that blanket, I better take it outside to him. That's some fucking FE right there, I'll tell you. I'm like, Rachel, I'm going back inside to go to sleep, so even if I hadn't been coming back inside to go to sleep, if there were no blanket out here, I'd just go inside and get my blanket from inside if I wanted to. You don't need to. You don't need to worry that much about me. Yeah, she's FE and not SI, is right. She's so FE. I almost can't blame myself for typing her ENFJ originally, even though she's obviously introverted. Like, when we were doing whippets earlier, so she's done her whippets, and then I get the thing, and I'm prepping to do mine. I like, sometimes I like to like hyperventilate a little bit beforehand. So I go, and sure enough, pretty quick, Rachel starts doing the same thing. She just starts mirroring me. I'm like, why are you doing that? It's silly, you know? She's very mirrory. And it's weird how, like, she just doesn't do any of the SI shit the SI people do. Oliver Linehan, if you and I were, like, let's say, going camping together, when we got into our tents, we'd both do basically the same thing. We'd both go, oh yeah, getting ready for bed, oh yeah. Rachel never does that. She never does that SI shit. It's weird. She never yawns. She never stretches. It's so strange. It's funny now that I think about it as well. My friend Corey never did any of that shit either. Because the SI thing would prioritize, you know, SI people, when they go to sleep, they're in their own SI place. Alright? Don't bother me. I'm SIing. They're not going to get up to give me a blanket. They wouldn't sleep on the floor in the first place. SI people, their bed is hugely important, you know? You gotta have your comfort nest. You know, SI people, what gets an SI person out of bed in the morning? What often gets me out of bed in the morning is thought of going outside, making a nice cup of coffee, and having my first cigarette with a cup of coffee, and how good that's gonna taste, and yada yada, you know? I remember my very first job. My very first job was at a Buick dealership. This was in the days before they had computers keeping all the data, you know. And the lady who I worked with, who was like, you know, I was a high school student. She was a real full-time, long-term employee or whatever. She was kind of the bookkeeping lady or something, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, she smoked, and I asked her. This is before I smoked. I asked her, "Why do you smoke?" And she said, "Gets me out of bed in the morning." I still remember it to this day. That's a very SI answer, you know. The pronounced sign, inhaling, the exhaling, that's probably a SI thing. I breathe a lot when I'm going to bed. Like, there's a lot of breathing stuff. I yawn, I take a deep breath, and well, SI also shows up as this relationship with shit you got coming up later today. So last night I wasn't feeling well around 6 o'clock because basically I did too many whippets, and then I went and lay down, and my client called, and I told her I'm feeling pukey. I don't really want to talk to you right now. And then I knew she said, "Okay, well, I'll call you back about 8:30." I said, "Okay, that's fine." And part of what I recognized at that moment was, while I'm relaxing here, now I have this thing on my mind that's never going to go off of my mind until after I deal with it. So, fortunately, I did deal with it. And then, but by the time they called back, I was feeling better. You know, I napped for a second, and I was just feeling better. Rachel is IN, considering how Kim was Yang, non-ending conflicts. Well, okay, look, Kimberly's behavior really didn't have anything to do with her type, okay? The reason Kimberly was like that is because she had borderline personality disorder, which is to say she had an attachment disorder, which made it impossible for her to trust anybody and made it such that she basically sabotaged all of her good relationships. The more important she felt somebody was, the more desperately she sabotaged it to prove to herself that, in fact, once again, she couldn't trust anybody. That's closing the gap between expectations and realities in the negative sense. You know, it's like if you were raised in an abusive environment, that's what you expect, and you make it happen, whether it makes any sense or not. Kimberly made sure that our relationship was an abusive environment. Mostly her abusing me, but if you're getting abused all the time, you can't help but lash out sometimes back, you know? It was a battle beyond all reasonable reckoning. And the thing is, people online didn't get to see the worst of it at all. We had screaming fights, the scope of which, the scale of which I have never had with anybody before, or hopefully will never have with anybody since. There was never anybody in the history of the world who made me so angry than Kimberly did. Well, Becky freaked out, is what happened, because Becky got called out on her shit, and she didn't like it, and then she tried to go to war with me, and she lost. There's a lot of drama surrounding Becky and her visit to the TWFE summer camp in Laverne. So, I don't want to recap all the Becky drama, but suffice it to say that I've had a couple of those actually, where people come and, well, this was when I was in Laverne, when people came and stayed either with us or near us, and we all hung out. One was for an engagement, and one was just a summer camp. But they both occurred during the summer, and they were both similar. The first one, the engagement one, was more fun. There was probably, because more people were there, and we had this crazy party. It was pretty great. watching Nick fucking body slam Katie on the front lawn as they're drunkenly playing MMA. As I'm going, guys, no, wait, stop, this is a bad idea. And Audra's like, don't worry, I'm a professional, I'll supervise. It was hilarious. Okay, well, BPD, this is a very common mistake, by the way. BPD is not bipolar disorder. BPD is borderline personality disorder, which is an attachment disorder that stems from childhood abuse. Bipolar is something more like schizophrenia. It's an actual mental illness. Rachel has bipolar mania. And if you were around for the beginning of my relationship with Rachel, then you got to see Rachel go I would have been much less concerned about like her privacy and much more concerned about documenting the whole thing. Had I known it was going to turn out so well, right? The difference between something like bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder is bipolar disorder can be cured with medicine. Bipolar disorder cannot. You have to use cognitive behavioral therapy, and it's very difficult to get somebody with bipolar to acknowledge they even have bipolar, let alone willingly undergo treatment for it. It requires them basically rewiring their own brains, and it's a huge challenge, because those formative years are formative. They're called formative years for a reason. They form you. It's hard to change who you are made into in those formative years if you're abused. Now, if you're not abused, then, it's like, that's the thing. Studies have shown, and I agree, that what a person needs to grow up healthy is at least one adult Oh, did I say bipolar left? Yeah, borderline requires CBT. Bipolar is medically treated. If I misspoke, thank you for correcting me, Oliver. I appreciate it. And yours would be anosognosia? I don't know what that is. I have to look it up. Anosognosia? Anosognosia? That would be my what? Yours would be... My what would be? We mean that someone is unaware of their own mental health condition, or that they can't perceive their condition accurately. Anosognosia is a common symptom with certain mental illnesses, perhaps the most difficult to understand for those who have never experienced it. Let's see which the most notable symptom of anosognosia is a lack of understanding, awareness, or acceptance that you have a medical condition. This is possible even if there's extensive proof you do. What's an example of anosognosia? A dramatic example of anosognosia is unawareness of motor deficit, where patients deny that their left arm or left leg is paralyzed and usually ignore requests to move it, often in the absence of sensory loss and, presumably in the presence of, intellectual impairment. Let me see here. Anosognosia, also called lack of insight, is a symptom of severe mental illness experienced by some that impairs a person's ability to understand or perceive his or her illness. It is the single largest reason why people with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder refuse medications or do not seek treatment. Without awareness of the illness, refusing treatment appears rational, no matter how clear the need for treatment might be to others. Approximately 50% of individuals with schizophrenia and 40% with bipolar disorder have symptoms of anosognosia. Long recognized in stroke, Alzheimer's disease, and other neurological conditions, studies of anosognosia in psychiatric disorders is producing a growing body of evidence of anatomical damage in the part of the brain involved with self-reflection. When taking medications, insight improves in some patients. Improving access to treatment for people too ill to seek help is one of the ways the Treatment Advocacy Center is working to fix the mental health system. Huh. Well, if I do in fact have anosognosia, then I hope you'll do me the great favor of explaining to me which mental disorder I'm in denial about. Because, I got to be in denial about something, right? As far as I can tell, all my limbs move. I'm willing to demonstrate that. So it's not that kind of anosognosia that I have. So, yeah. If I were secretly Picarded, then I would have anosognosia. Hi, Jonathan Basanti. I learned a new word today, Jonathan Basanti. That new word is anosognosia. Well, it's an incredibly topical kidding, Clashing Games, because the topic of this is, am I secretly retarded and don't know it? And everyone's just paying my friends to play along. So I used to think when I was a little kid, I used to worry about it, you know. It's a kind of a good general insult. Like, basically saying, you say to them, somebody says something dumb, you go, well, that's probably just your you have to learn how to say the word first, but that's probably just your anosognosia talking. You know, it's kind of like a general Dunning-Kruger. Another good insult, of course, that I made up myself, and I'm proud of, is, I'm pretty sure you can't pass the Turing test. You know. Well, now you know. If you're Jean-Luc Picarded, that means you have Down syndrome or something. Because apparently it's not nice to say retarded anymore. Even though retarded itself is a euphemism, right? Retarded people aren't mentally retarded. That would mean that they're slowed down in their progress, but might potentially catch up, right? They're mentally damaged, broken in some way, right? There's something wrong with them. That's the thing. When I say is the motto of the channel, there's nothing wrong with you, obviously sometimes it's not true. Sometimes there is something wrong with you. You know, if you've got cancer or something, there's something wrong with you. Now, that's not really about your ontology, obviously, but, you know, that's why gifted is such a stupid designation for students. Because technically, gifted people, quote unquote, and retarded people are both in special education. Okay? But what's the difference? Retarded people actually have something that makes them different from regular people. Whereas gifted people just have rich parents and the capacity to finagle themselves into gifted programs 95% of the time. true. There are occasionally genuine prodigies in a couple of fields. We don't need special education for them or really anybody else. We need to educate individuals according to how they ought to be educated. If you're a pilot and your plane is over speeding, your plane's robot voice just says, "Retard, retard." No, if your robot lab is growing a lot of spore cultures, and what needs to happen is that the temperature be turned down to slow the growth of those spore cultures, that's when the robot says, "Retard, retard, retard the growth, must retard growth of spore cultures, turning temperature down 4 degrees. I simply must retard the growth of those spore cultures." Something I find myself saying all the time. All robot voices should sound like this, with the last word of the thing being said going down in pitch. Don't you agree? Of course you do. Why wouldn't you constantly agree with me? Stop talking about my nasal ganglia, Jonathan Basanti. It's actually my basal ganglia. You've got the totally wrong part of the body. Last word heard before the no virus don't want YT to censor escape hot wop. Yeah. It's kind of like a Gregorian chant. O Lord, who art almighty up in heaven, striketh down the sinners with your wrath. Mighty Lord, with Jesus and his Holy Ghost companion, send plagues down upon the heathen masses. Amen. Called the Gregorian Monks of Wrath. We're really a wrath-focused church. We like to talk a lot about the wrathful parts of God and how people we don't like will suffer God's wrath. It's one of our favorite things to talk about. Oh Lord, please strike down the heathen, bring blood and suffering there. Bestow thee thine boils and serpents and plagues, bestow thee upon those heathens. Let's do hymn 84, bestow thee upon those heathens. May boils and rashes erupt from their flesh, O lordly heavenly might. Come down with wrathful vengeance now, make them feel your smite. Amen. O Lord, please rain fire and frogs on the people we do not like, that they may suffer from the plagues of old, as did their compatriots of old, their heathen fellows. Dear Lord, please bring down the lightnings. Please crash the thunders in their ears until they are deafened and run amok among themselves and chop each other's heads off. Wow, this church, why do you want to go to this church so bad? Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor, she hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low, 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 low. Shorty got low, and it was good. Low, but did the shorty get? And behold, the shorty getteth low. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low, ho, 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 low, ho, ho, ho. Shorty got low. Yeah, she hit the floor. Next thing you know, that shorty's getting low, 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 low. With that jingle ring, ringle jing, jingle jang jing. It's the Christmas time, single sing, single sang sang. It's the Christmas time for shorty getting low. She's got those apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. She hits the flow, and the next thing you know, I say, shorty's getting so low. Yeah. Going way back to 47 with Bing Crosby and Shorty's Getting Low. For our next Christmas classic, Christmas Time Big Pimpin' by Jay-Z. Because I'm big pimping, B-A-L-D's. Big pimping, meow, 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 meows. Is that mistletoe outside of your door? It's making me pimp you again. Sleep with him, give me money, then sleep with him too. I'll take that money as well. And if he or he beats up upon you, I'll steal his watch and sell it as well. Yes, I'm big pimping this Christmas, big pimping for you and me. I'll point to some men, you'll suck on them then, you'll gather their funds and give them to me. Because I'm big pimping B-L-A-D's, big pimping X-M-A-S, big pimping Santa's in a tree. It's called the Urban Christmas Record. Oh, Urban Christmas, you are absolutely delightful. It's a very urban Christmas. It's a very urban time. With the pizzizzles and the zizzle zazzle zizzles. Yeah, 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 all the time. There'll be gang fights and strip clubs, Gats and Mercedes-Benz. A very urban Christmas, my friends. I have 5 viewers. There are 5 of you here? You are the 5 greatest people on the planet. Do you realize that makes you the 5 smartest people on the planet? Not including myself, of course. What? It's like you're the only 5 people here watching me say these things? How could that possibly be? Well, because you're the 5 smartest people on the planet. Well, the algorithm needs to suck my Penis. And that spells penis. Thanks, Oliver. That's a good point. 60% likes to viewers ratio is very impressive. Hi, Bobby son. Thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate you appreciating my urban Christmas record. You know what song I really like? Talking about actual songs. Have you guys heard that Azalea Banks song? Which is called like the 212 or something? What do you do, boy? Or the 212 and the dent dent dinner and the 212 and the 212 and the foo 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 and the dent 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 the 212? I really like that song. I really like the way she raps in it. She sounds like a teenage boy. It's weird. It's got this cool like the coolest 13-year-old boy ever kind of quality to it, because she's got this BDE, as they say, big dick energy. Not very. I don't find it appealing in a woman at all, but I guess it's a thing that people like. I don't know. Anyway, you know, it's a song. The chorus goes, "Hey oh, no, boom boom, boom boom." It's the 212, it's the vent 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 for the 212, and the 212, and the 212, and the dent dent to the 212. We're gonna do what the dent dent. I like that song. Super good. I kind of want to look up the lyrics to it. The 212 song. Lyrics to the 212 song. Bitch, send me the 212. With the bitch Picarded with the 212. What you gonna do with your goon sprayed up? Bitch, his bitch won't get him, bet you won't do much. See, even if you do want to bust, your bitch gets your cat, touch your group to pop, but cock the gun too, where you eat. Pump, hun, I'm fucking with the cutie cute. What's your dick like, homie? What are you into? What's the run, dude? Where do you wake up? Tell your bitch keep hating. I'm the new one too, huh? See, I remember you when you were the young new face, but do you like you just in it? I like that song. It's good. I can't sing it because, you know, I don't know it that well, but she's really good. But you know what's shocking? I'll tell you something absolutely effing shocking. I'm going to just say effing. I'm going to watch my language because this is a family show, but I'll tell you what's absolutely effing shocking is that Dominique Young Unique is not more popular. I was listening to this incredibly good song of hers the other day, and it was really good, and I looked at it, and not the first time I'd watched it, and the thing is, and then I looked at the thing, she's got like 18,000 subs, and the video's got like 46,000 views. And the video's got 46,000 views, plus it was made, like, put up like 8 years ago. It's like, how come this chick is so unappreciated? Is it because she's not from the 212, where you do undo and you do undo? It's a 212. Went on to Tipsy. Tipsy by Dominique Young Unique. Copy link address. Was that the one I was looking at? Hey, it looks like it's gone up in views since I looked at it last. That is the one, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's good enough for me, you know. Yeah, that's it. Wow, I think it's gone up in views a lot recently. Looks like maybe it has. Maybe people finally caught on to it. Die Young by Kesha is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic song. As far as Katy Perry songs go, the most important thing to remember about Katy Perry songs is this. You can dance until you die if you listen to Katy Perry. And that's something I don't think any of us want to do. California Girls and TikTok are not the same. TikTok on the clock, the party don't stop. Versus California Girls, you're unbelievable. But then they're pretty similar. You're right, they're pretty similar. Okay, I stand corrected. God, stop being right about things. You know how much that annoys me. They are pretty similar. Never thought about that. Let me tell you how Die Young goes. It goes like this. I'll look it up and I'll play it. I've played it before on the guitar and sung it. Chords and lyrics to Die Young by Kesha. With a dollar sign. With a dollar sign on it. That's the fun thing. It's not an S. No. Did you know that a question mark with an exclamation point is called an interrobang? Did anybody else know that until today? I didn't know that. Sometimes I learn new English words watching anime. And that was one. Like, for example, that's where I learned the word... I forgot it now. But it means somebody who's opposed to marriage. I hear your heart beat, I hear your heart beat to the beat of the drums. Oh, what a shame that you came here with someone. So while you're here in my arms, let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. Out of our minds, running till we out of time. A wild child, looking good, living hard just like we should. Don't care who's watching when we're tearing it up. That magic that we got, nobody can touch. Looking for some trouble tonight. Then take my hand and I'll show you the wild side. Like it's the last night of our lives. We'll keep dancing until we die. We're gonna ride to the beat of the drum. I got a shame that I just came here with someone. Cause while you're here in my arms, let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. We're gonna die young. Heart pounding and beating out of time. Wild child looking should. Don't care who's watching, cause we're tearing it up. That magic that we got, nobody can touch. Look, like that. Kind of hard to play. Kind of tiring to play. Kind of makes me want to just shake my fist in rage. Oh yeah, it does. But I don't do it anyway. What's that other song I was thinking about? Oh yeah, right. Got you. I always like to play this song. It's a classic. It's a real classic. If you said goodbye to me tonight, if you said goodbye to me tonight, oh, I see, like that. Okay. Yeah, if you said goodbye to me tonight, there would still be music left to write. What else could I do? I'm so inspired by you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. Once I thought my innocence was gone. Now I know that happiness goes on. That's where you found me when you put your arms around me. I haven't been there for the longest time. I'm going to scroll down now. Yes, I'm scrolling down now. Once I thought my innocence was gone. Now I know that happiness goes on. That's where you found me when you put your arms around me. I haven't been there for the longest time. Oh, whoa, 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 for the longest time. Whoa, 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 for the longest time. That voice you're hearing in the hall, and the greatest miracle of all, is how I need you, and how you needed me to. That hasn't happened for the longest time. And I'm scrolling down again. Maybe this won't last very long, but you feel so right, and I could be wrong. Maybe I've been hoping too hard, but I've gone this far, and it's more than I've hoped for. Who knows how much further we'll go on? Maybe I'll be sorry when you're gone. I'll take my chances. Forgot how nice romance is. I haven't been there for the longest time. I had second thoughts at the start. I said to myself, hold on to your heart. Now I know the woman that you are. You're wonderful so far, and it's more than I've hoped for. Yes, I know. Mount. I have to scroll down again. God damn it. You scroll down too much in this. I don't care what consequence it brings. I have been a fool for lesser things. I want you so bad. I think you ought to know that. I had to hold you for the longest time. Whoa, 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 for the longest time. Whoa, 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 for the longest time. For the longest time. Boy, it's just been forever, it seems like. Will I ever stop this horrible feeling of love within my heart? Love within my heart. A classic trope. A beloved world around by consumers of medias of all sorts. Romance. Juicy, delicious, and true. What am I doing? I'm live streaming. My bad. Now I can see. Now I can see, okay? Don't tell me I can't see. I can see everything all the time now. Okay, so don't hate Katy Perry because she's beautiful, okay? Oliver Wineham. That's just your own insecurities poking out right there. She's a beautiful, gorgeous young woman. Just be okay with it. Just like Kesha. She and Kesha both want to dance until they die, though. That's what I think is what they're most easily critiqued on. Because why dance for such a long time? Why not stop dancing before you die? Would seem naturally a preferable course of action to take. On your screen, chat's frozen, but not inside my heart. On my spleens, you're chosen jump manga style art. Okay. I think he's pretty content talking to himself, to be honest. No, I'm talking to you, Oliver. I'm talking to you. If it weren't for you being the hearer, you and Boba Fett and Bobby's son being the hearers, why everything would be terrible. That's obvious. Which prompts my new song, Why Is Everything Constantly So Terrible? Why is everything constantly so terrible? Why is everything constantly so bad? Why does nothing seem to work out no matter what you do? Why is everything turned into poo? I've tried looking inside my heart for the truth. There's nothing there but blood. I've tried contacting a psychic named Ruth. She said, I've got something under my HUD. I said, you mean my hood? And she said, yeah. Then why didn't you just say that, Dad? I'm not your dad, she said to me. I looked again and then I did see that she was right. She wasn't my dad. Fortunately. How many petrochemicals will you spill in my backyard before I say enough? These are the questions that mark the days of our lives. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, trouble still to come. The day's nearly done. Someone has more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm not sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who lie awake all night, and voices mostly say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who lie awake all night, and voices telling you to give in will try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of betting on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. That feels so nice to play that song. It feels like a wonderful feeling of everything being okay. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get his chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, he only runs and hides. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. But it could do deek dack book a do deek dack a do deek dack a do deek do what do deek dack a do deek dack a do deek. Song tonight. If you want to sing the blues, you might recognize the format of this tune. First I'll talk about some stuff not good that's happened above, and how it's linked to color. I'll then say that I got the blues and I'm feeling down. I'll say that I've got the blues like a sad, sad clown at the circus might, if their frown weren't put on tight by makeup, but instead represented their emotions. I got the blues 'cause shit happens, like I had to wait in line today at the pharmacy session. I mean the pharmacy time. They had a lot of people around, and I said, hey, I don't like to wait. Can you give ground and just go away? But I didn't really say that because people would decline. And they'd say, I just like everybody else, get in line. Listen, the thing that makes something definitively the blues are the lyrics I declared today. And this one's about a dog having fleas, and how a good woman once got away. And therefore the color of my mood's now green, or yellow, orange, or blue. Instead it's blue. And that's why it's a blues song, because that represents the color of my emotion. Okay? So stop disagreeing with everything I say. God. I'm just joking. You please do disagree with everything I say. I'll look up the lyrics to this song. There's a Cake song called Mexico. And I will play it for you, but I need to know what the lyrics are. Okay. I had a match, but she had a lighter. I had a flame, but she had a fire. I was bright, but she was much brighter. I was high, and she was the sky. Oh baby, I was bound for Mexico. I was bound to let you go. I don't know much about Cinco de Mayo. I'm never sure what it's all about, but I say I want you and you got my doubts. Oh baby, I was bound for Mexico. Oh baby, I was bound to let you go. Oh, I had a match, but she had a lighter. I had a flame, but she had a fire. I was bright, but she was much brighter. I was high, but she was the sky. Oh baby, I was bound for Mexico. Oh baby, I was bound to let you go. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. It's a good song, right? It's a really well written song. It's a very impressive song. A piece of art that's never before been seen by the world. We'll go there. Look at me, I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree, and I feel like I'm clinging to a cloud I can't understand. I get misty just holding your hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. Or it might be the sound of your hello, the music I hear. I get misty the moment you're near. Oh, can't you see that you're leading me on? And it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm on? On my own, where I wander through this wonderland alone, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove. I'm too misty and too much in love. I'm too misty and too much in I can never get the chorus part of this, the bridge part of this. Can't you see that I'm leading me on? But it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. But the chords don't seem to go with the melody. So I don't know. Anybody have any requests? Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Can you play Do You Have Any Requests? Okay, I can play that. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any requests? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 all night long. Wow, wow, wow. You gotta throw it all night long in things in general. In general, it's a good idea to all night long your shit. Don't forget to all night long your all night longings. Don't forget to put on your all night long stockings. Yes, I've heard of the British band Madness. Don't they sing Our House in the Middle of Our Street? They sing that one? Your mom's face reminds me of my mom's face on Tuesday. 'Cause my mom's face on Tuesday looks like your mom's face all the time. My mom's face on Tuesday looks like your face on Monday. And my mom's face and your mom's face are happy all the time. I see all of her line hands said, yes, I request that then. Will you request Our House in the Middle of the Street? Madness. I don't know if I know how to play it, but I'll try. We'll see how the how the chords look. It's called Our House in the Middle of the Street. Oh, that's Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Madness. Here's Madness at Our House. Let's take a look at it. See what it looks like. Father wears his Sunday best. Mother's tired, she needs a rest. The kids are playing downstairs. Sister's sighing in her sleep. Brother's got a date to keep, he can't hang around. Our house in the middle of our street. Our house in the middle of our house has a crowd. Let me make this smaller font so I can see more of it at once. Okay. Let's start it over. Auto scroll. I've never tried that before. Mother wears a Sunday best. Mother's tired, she needs a rest. The kids are playing downstairs. Sister's sighing in her sleep. Brother's got a date to keep, he can't hang around. Our house in the middle of our street. Our house in the middle of our house. It has a crowd. There's always something happening, it's usually quite loud. Our mom's so her house proud, and nothing ever slows her down, and a mess is not allowed. Our house in the middle of our street. Our house in the middle of our house in the middle of our street. Something tells you it's gonna from. Father gets up late for work. Mother has to iron a shirt, then she sends kids to school. Sees them off with a small kiss. She's the one they're going to miss in lots of ways. I don't know. It's a weird song, huh? It's a weird one. It's a weird song, Oliver Lyne. You picked a weird one. I've never played that song before, but yeah, they have the chords for it. It does work. Do we have any other requests? Any other requests? No problem. Bobby's son. Or that was Bobby's son, not Oliver Linehan. I think of you as being the same person because why? Because you're both purple. Like Barney. It's a color of fun, though. Well, look, you're both purple. So it's easy to get you confused. If you don't want to be easily confused, don't be the same color. I don't know Wayfaring Stranger. Waltzing Matilda? Oh, Matilda. Oh, Matilda. Has life been getting you down? Your high living way nearly killed you. Getting drunk every night on the town. Go home every night with a different man. Climb right into his bed. And now, oh Matilda, you're tired and weighing, wishing that you were dead. Oh, wow, Matilda, why couldn't you listen to me? You know, if you live like a devil, Matilda, you'll find yourself dead for eternity. That song's called Matilda, and it's a waltz, but it's not the actual song Waltzing Matilda. You really need to make a picture for your little circle, okay? That's how you be different. Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Chip, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Turned out bourbon fun and likewise dug at 21 and so forth, well up into middle age. Once it seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression. Offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Lock 'em up with extra dexedrine. Mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust arrest. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression, by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. I kind of wish I had a high E string for that song, I guess. Yeah, wouldn't you though? Wouldn't you though, Oliver? You would. 30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication, otherwise you won't escape the plan. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody who knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. I want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is a joke below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yes, I think I'm doing this wrong. Well, I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong. Wrong. If you cite something, would you be right to do so? Yes, probably. If it cited the Castle Doctrine, cite the Castle Doctrine there, yes. You should cite the Castle Doctrine in your paper there, and then you'll be correct to say, don't look over my fence with that thing there to gather evidence. It's not cool, it's not in plain sight, and a special expectation of privacy exists on my own property, or that which I rent, and therefore attain equivalent property rights for myself. Why, yes, Elisa says, that's where you're going. The answer is yes. If you're going someplace else, the answer is no. Cite the Castle Doctrine, yes. Cite the Castle Doctrine, yes. Cite the Castle Doctrine. If your legal class were a Greek play, the chorus would go, cite the Castle Doctrine, cite the Castle Doctrine, like that. With their arms a-waving left and right. Willy-nilly, here and to and fro. Mugity meow, mugity meow. Well, but more specifically, you're going to cite the Castle Doctrine as the case law relevant to intrusion on a person's home or property. That while drones might be acceptable for the police to use to monitor public spaces, they comprise an extension precluded by the Castle Doctrine and the ensuing plain sight standards or rules. Yeah, it's constitutional. Well, they do, Boba Fett, but that's different than the police using them to gather evidence. Okay? If I spy on you with a drone, you might have some complaints, you might have some sort of civil action you could take or something, I don't know. But that's one thing. The Castle Doctrine is not a reporter. It's a Supreme Court case. Okay? Look for, just Google SCOTUS, and Google Scholar, I'll do it right here, I'll show you. Go to Google Scholar with your meow, and you should have it on your bookmarks, yeah. And so you go to the bookmark that has Google Scholar. It's under reading, of course. Go to Google Scholar by clicking it like that. And then type in, and you want case law, okay? Case law, bro, case law. You want federal courts. Castle Doctrine. Goes since 2017. Why don't we just try to search it directly? Okay, so here we go. Pan American et al. Versus Municipality of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Because Fourth Amendment is an incorporated amendment, which means it applies to all states and municipalities. It's not just a prescription on behavior of the federal government. So they sued regarding the constitutionality of Sections 9, 14, 18, 19, 22 Municipal Ordinance Number 12, 2017-18 series, the ordinance that went with the street festivals festivities. Let's see what it says. Where's the Fourth Amendment relevance? That's a bad result. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so U.S. versus Lambus. Propriety of the first intrusion into defendant's privacy by the state did not automatically sanction a second. It don't have anything to do with drones, though. I don't know. You gotta do some work, you know? You gotta do a little Googling. You can find something. I'm sure. Police using drones to gather evidence. It's probably inadmissible. Here's an article that asks the question specifically. But the answer is almost certainly it's inadmissible because of the castle doctrine. So, if we just go, okay, what is the castle doctrine? What is the castle doctrine? And look at like your Wikipedia article on it or something. Is a legal doctrine that designates a person's abode or legally occupied place as a place in which that person has protections and immunities permitting one in certain circumstances to use force to defend oneself against an intruder. But it also has, it's most commonly referenced in terms of this affirmative defense kind of thing where you can shoot people who invade your house. But it also links to what evidence is, shut up, Wikipedia. Stop. You told me a little while ago, you sent me an email saying this was the last time you were going to try to get money from me. I believed you and you were lying. Okay, so each jurisdiction incorporates castle doctrine in different ways. This is mostly for affirmative defense, right? But the thing is, regardless of the fact that it's usually used for this, the justification that people have an extended expectation of privacy in their own homes is an extension of the castle doctrine, essentially. So, Fourth Amendment protections within your own home. So, in other words, it says right here, the Fourth Amendment originally enforced the notion that each man's home is his castle. Okay? So that's where the castle doctrine comes from. It's the principle upon which the Fourth Amendment is based. And that's why people tend to have fewer rights in their cars than they do in their home. What a person knowingly exposes to the public, even in his own home or office, is not a subject of Fourth Amendment protection. So, for example, if I leave the evidence of my crime out on my front porch and the cops see it, that's in plain view. It's not. You enjoy no Fourth Amendment protection there from the cops using that as evidence. Well, the appeal would be on the grounds that there was an error in pretrial, namely that evidence that should not have been admissible was rendered admissible, and therefore they ought to overturn the decision and at least send it back for a retrial. And the argument would be that whatever piece of evidence that the cops gathered inadmissibly via drone, you'd say that's not plain sight. You'd also look up plain sight, Fourth Amendment in plain sight is the exception to this castle doctrine. The plain view doctrine is an exception to the Fourth Amendment's warrant requirement that allows an officer to seize evidence and contribute that are found in plain view during a lawful observation. Okay? So the problem with the drones issue is, are we now to understand, since drones exist, that leaving things in your backyard, even if there are tall fences around you, is in plain view? Because historically it's been the case that cops can't get on their tippy toes to look over your fence. It has to be in plain view. If they get on their tippy toes, then that doesn't count because that's not in plain view. Okay? So the issue then is, if you want to, basically you say if we want to, in order to, if you don't overturn this verdict, you're setting precedent that anything that's in your backyard, even if you have fences trying to hide it, is now considered plain sight. And it's not that circuit court or whatever's place to set that kind of level of precedent. You know, so it's like presumably this is maybe a federal criminal court or a state criminal court or something like that. I don't know what the hypothetical is. Like if it's if it's like a county court or something, then you say there's no way these judges should be trying to set that kind of precedent about Fourth Amendment law. They need to operate under the existing precedent regarding plain sight, which does not permit cops to use extra things to look over your fence. Like if I had a periscope and I was a cop and I looked over your fence with a periscope, whatever I saw back there would not be admissible as evidence. Yeah, I'll do it, Rain. I'll do it. I am, because I want to go over people's answers and comments and stuff, you know. They're kind of interesting. Maybe I'll make it right now and then I'll cut it from this or something. Let's do that. Close tabs to the right. Now, what am I going to do? What was I about to do? Oh, right. I remember. Hey, look, it went up to 0.717 now. And maybe my short made the short speed. I like to throw up some shorts because if they hit the short speed, they get like 2,000 views. What am I looking for? Oh, right. This thing. Okay. I'm gonna pull down your window here. Okay. But I'll put it up over here so I can still see it a little bit. Hi friends, host Eric here, host Talking to Fantasy People. I'm making that follow-up video I promised after getting harassed by a couple of people about my lack of follow-through. About that INTJ question. So here's the deal. The question, to remind everybody in case they've forgotten, is that at 9:59 and 30 seconds, Jenny is outside and everything is fine. At 10 a.m., 30 seconds later, Jenny is lying injured in a pile of broken glass. She's in a basement. There's a ladder lying nearby. There's a broken window above her, which is at ground level. It's December. Nothing paranormal or magical happened. So, to give you the gist of what I'm looking for in this question, it is as follows. It implies to everybody, and a lot of people probably got, most people probably got, is that she's fallen or had some accident while hanging up Christmas decorations. That's what's sort of implied here, okay? What I'm looking for from prospective potential INTJ, or what I'm trying to establish might be a link to INTJ, is that an INTJ is going to say, but that doesn't make any sense. How do you fall into your own basement while hanging up Christmas lights? The physics of it just don't work. And the scenario that I envisioned was, in fact, that she's hanging up Christmas lights next door. There's a fence between the two houses, and the ladder's too straight up, and it falls like this onto the fence, tipping it like this. The house prevents this thing from falling all the way over, and it slides directly into the basement window of the neighbor's house. So that's how I envisioned the scenario playing out. And what I was looking for again was somebody going, okay, but the physics of what I am intuiting here doesn't work, because that would suggest to me both NI and TE. So let's look at some of the answers that people gave. Dulles says, assuming every point has to be made relevant, Dulles solves this issue without the solution I had, by saying there's snow covering up a glass skylight to the basement. She put the ladder there, not knowing the skylight was flush with the ground. Because when I say ground level, you could interpret it like that, okay? So this actually shows good TE, good NITE, I guess. But it's a more NE approach, right? Which would make sense because Dulles is an INFP. Matt says Jenny wanted to close the basement window that she thought might be stuck due to frost. She first started closing it from the inside using the ladder, but couldn't get enough leverage and thought she might fall if she tried any harder. She figured it might be easier to try closing it from the other side. So just before 10 a.m. she went outside to try. While trying from the outside, she put her weight against it harder than she should have, and it broke her going through, and she tumbled, knocking the ladder over. That again addresses the problem of the Christmas decorations by avoiding it entirely, okay? NT somewhere, something similar here. In this case, she had to break the window to get in using the ladder, and then she just fell down. Why was she locked out at 10 a.m.? Well, she was trying to sneak back in the night, snuck out the night before. She was 17. This is a good answer again that avoids this problem. So what I've learned is that, in fact, a lot of people simply can work around the problem, right? They don't need to deal with it. This person added a gust of wind to knock her off the ladder and send her through the basement window, but why is the ladder in the basement now? Well, I guess nearby doesn't specify that it necessarily is. ISTJ says she's not clear if the ladder is found inside next to her. If it's outside, she set the ladder down and then she went in there. So a bunch of different things happen incidentally. A neighbor's kid accidentally kicked a soccer ball in, yada yada yada. So, but if you have to add more details, you're using more extroverted intuition, basically. So there's a lot of good comments here. The one that was most like, okay, so this is interesting. I'm going to read Jeff Shaw's because it's interesting. It's clearly not an accident. The time of day does not indicate it was a robbery. Most likely a break-in of necessity based on being locked out. Most basements, so okay, he's just following up on what NT somewhere says. Fassy chose as well. So a lot of people avoid this, what I assume is going to be the first thing that people say, which is just, she was hanging up Christmas lights and the ladder slipped and she crashed through the window. Frank Lewis, ISFJ, TE polar, right? Gives me what I would consider to be the most intuitive answer to the thing that doesn't include any TE. This is a Nuger gives me something complicated about adding Jenny and Martin and Michelle, and so there's definitely extroverted intuition going on here. So you can see how it's revelatory of how people attend, but it's not a very definitive INTJ test, obviously. The only person who gave me really what I was thinking originally was Jonathan Basanti, who gave me the L-shaped house. Okay. So, or the neighbor's house. So he gave me the L-shaped house, and that was the first person who really addressed what I was trying to do. But so Chris B. Cake says INTJ here. I think she was putting up Christmas decorations and fell off the ladder through the window. I would say that's an ISFJ, INFJ kind of answer to it. I like Sarah Pereira's comment. Jenny is demonstrating very little in the way of other verbs. This story is disturbing in this regard. What happened to Jenny? So she's commenting on the passive voice there, which I put in order to, manage how much clues are given. So thanks for everybody who commented. I hope that explanation was somewhat satisfying. Did it turn out to be a good INTJ test? No, but it did turn out to show which people have a lot of extroverted intuition and which people are maybe it's an indication of TE polar to just go with the gut thing and not question any further than that. I'm not sure. But thanks for watching, and don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Okay, well, I just have to get it from the stream. I thought I had started recording, but instead I started virtual camera, whatever that means. There's nothing good, whatever it means, nothing good. Did anything happen when I started virtual camera? No problem, Elise Ash. I am a debate coach after all. So it's funny that if you look up the Castle Doctrine directly, that it's all about affirmative defense cases. But the Castle Doctrine, it has been applied to affirmative defense cases, but it's the source of the Fourth Amendment itself, and yet you don't even see that until you Google it a certain way, you know? It's interesting. Didn't notice. Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate that. I had meant to start recording, so I could have just recorded a separate video while I'm streaming. It's kind of cool how OBS you can do all kinds of shit in OBS, you know? It's like a crazy, wacky, mixed up kind of something or other. I don't know. And if you like things that are crazy, wacky, and mixed up, you're just like me. You and I are exactly the same. So anyway, I figured out the other day that Rachel Lapalosa fits in the song Apples and Bananas. So now, when I'm in the mood for sexual intercourse, I say, I want to hump, hump, hump Rachel Lapalosa. I want to poke, poke, poke Rachel Lapalosa. Isn't that cool that her name fits in that song so well? It's pretty cool. Yeah. As cool things go. If you like things that are cool and cool things, you're going to love what I'm about to tell you now. Because it's that cool. You're the debate coach's debate coach? Oh. Well, I can tell you who really taught me how to coach debate was Scott Wheeler. My assistant coach, but I learned more from him than he did from me. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan? He's a terrible man. Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay his bill? Rather like Jack, too stuck on the facts. What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bren? She's been living in sin. She's been hanging with Jim. He's looking terribly thin. What's the deal with Frank? Stealing fish from my tank. He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? From the feelings of Katie to the coldness of Sven. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, Spill at the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quandary for Liz? Fail a quiz. What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do? If they bring attitude, will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking, paths that lead to lesser days. Spill at the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us has much and gravely sent. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. Amelia, go from that place, take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you, then moving sideways in the space you're in? Sidelong with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you, then moving sidelong with your thirsty grin, and staring sideways in the space you're in? Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, 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 won't you come ameliorate my problems? Oh, he came here with her, so what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. There you go, Clashing Games. Now it's back, okay? And you can stop feeling so sad. Because you're living on a time frame that I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, haunting buffalo, picking red delicious, knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay. Good night, Oliver. By what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, within a godly weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, within a godly weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. A few people ever thusly did cavort, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, within a godly weatherman, within a godly weatherman. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are you ready to rock and roll, Detroit? Here we go. No good comes from skating on with them whom you mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflict eventually once your search is done. Driving in a car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, though neither trust ourselves much true. Love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. My share of shame. That was pretty good. Define Picarded. Picarded is when you're not able to metacognate. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life we divisively unlike and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged to their people everywhere gather up enemies, outraged. God, I fucked that up. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged to their we need to see, we need to know, we need to pen happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life we divisively unlike and for which we're rarely budge. People everywhere gather up anywhere, people everywhere gather up enemies, outraged to tie them it's fine. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways, insulting, cursing, and desiree. We're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Nobody shared now her limits. Hoping Julie will too. Harry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought that she should have bought two when she had the chance to buy. She soon forgot about should have not, although she ever call, she'll die. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged and tied. There is a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways, insulting, cursing, and misery. We're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Okay. Yeah, I want to play it again. I'm going to play it again because I want to get a good, clean take of it at that speed, okay? So I'm sorry, but I'm just going to do it. I want to get a nice take of it. Here we go. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life we divisively unlike and for which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at time. There is a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways, insulting, cursed, and desiree. We're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition their trees and call it the whole damn world. Julie shares now her limits. Hoping Julie will too. Jerry shared for 4 minutes. Can't share things like they do. And she always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. She soon forgot about should and not told though she ever call, she'll die. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessary unnecessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom. Ka-ka-ka-boom. Ka-ka-ka-boom, boom, 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 boom. OCD is not funny, okay? OCD is not funny, OCD is not funny, OCD is not funny. There, now I'm safe. I'm gonna try that one more time. It's not very long because it's so fast. I'm gonna see if I can get a better. See if I can get a better version of it, a better take of it. Okay. We need to see. We need to know. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life. We devisively unlike it, but wait. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life. We devisively unlike it, for which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged and tie them as a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win heartache and misery, fall necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition their victories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Julie shares now his wisdom, hoping Julie will too. When it for 4 minutes, not do things like they do. And Julie always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. She soon forgot about shit and not told that she'll recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at time is a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win heartache and misery, fall necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the victories and call it destruction. Oh, damn world. Boom. Fuck. Too hard. Too fast, too hard. Fuck it. Who cares? You suck, Eric. Who cares? Just get over it. Just get over it, buddy. Just get over it, you know? You're just gonna have to accept reality. You suck ass and there's just nothing more to it. But, shut up. Okay. Fine. I will shut up. At that point, you're just over it. I am so over it now. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream distracting during the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. But still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the simple ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale, our capacity to laugh, the sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf? I tried to stream distracting during the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. But still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. And so I'm sad for me, I'm sad for her, and happily, and she calls sorrow, I call her blues the sink clear down to the bone. So I'm sad, still I'm sad. Sad for me, sad for her, run happily and with sorrow. I go home, blues the sink clear down to the bone. Still I'm sad, so sad for me, so sad for her, run happily and with sorrow. I go home, blues the sink clear down to the bone. All the way down to the bone, yeah, yeah. Oh, well, he's Parker Tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Parker Tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy, cause he's international like him, and he is also busy like his friend, the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Parker Tart lemon squeeze. Well, he's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. Yes, he's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. And if you go to visit him for tarts, remember to bring something sour or tart, cause he's not a fan of sugary treats, because he's Parker Tart and not Parker Sweet. Well, he's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, and also busy like his friend, the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, so much busier than Parker Tart lemon squeeze. Well, he's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. Yes, he's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. Yes, he's Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-da-ba-doo-da. Parker Tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da. Yes, he's yes. Got one more song I want to play. It's called Do You Love Poo Like I Love Poo? If so, then you can do the too. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course has headed ever north. Perhaps a bitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy crowned. It was 100,000 million years ago. Needless to say, that's a very long time ago. Very, very long time ago. So long ago that none of you remember. What have I been going for? 2.5 hours? Not that long. It's a fairly short stream. Gerald has a lot. No, that's what song is that called? It's called what's this song called? It's called Curl's had enough. That's what it says. Curl's had enough. Curl's had enough. Curl's had enough. He's had enough of the ID and solvency. Yeah, he's had enough. He's had enough of that. It's this song. I'll play it for you guys, actually. I'll play the actual recording of it. It's a pretty good song, I guess, you know, as such things go. Carl. Carls. Oops. Yeah. I think this is the original Carl's Had Enough.
Carl's had enough. He's just as tough. Carl's had enough. He's had enough about the ID. His game is solvency. It's the only game at which he competes. He's had enough. He's heard about the ID all day. He wants the people to just go away, or at least make the people stop saying his name. Yeah, Carl's had enough. He has a radio program on the knob.
Yeah.
It's 98.3 and Oxnard's only classic rock.
Yeah, I've had enough.
But Carl, are you aware? Are you aware of who's over there?
What?
I said, Carl, are you aware of the international satellites over there? And he's quite aware of what you're saying.
No, I don't care.
The International Delight has a awareness card. You should be aware of his awareness card.
I've got awareness.
He knows what you're doing.
I do.
He's coming here now.
Not afraid of the International Delight.
Nobody said you should be.
Well, that's good, because I'm not. Well, good, because...
The International Delight is here now.
Hi, Carl. I'm the International Delight.
And yeah, I heard you singing. You said you had enough, I guess. I don't know, but listen, Idea's had enough. He's had enough about your complaining about how I take all the fame, and I don't even care about that, Carl. I don't care about that. Yeah, I've had enough. I've had enough about your radio program, how you solve all of the problems. Well, that's fine. I admire solvency, Carl. I do. But I've had enough.
Come here and interrupt my song. Not very cool, frankly.
I didn't come here. You started talking about me. I'm not talking about you.
Wait. But let me turn the microphone on first. Now let me talk about how to learn how to play the guitar. You just go like this. Now I'm learning to play the guitar. Now I'm learning to play. Gonna change the chord by going one note across this over way. I'm gonna go to play the guitar. Gonna make something good. And all I got to do is just play two notes like I should, playing the guitar. If you want to be cool like this, all you got to do is push down like this, and you can play the guitar if you can keep a beat, and then you push it down again while tapping your feet. You've got a special little song, and it's made out of just 3 chords. You've got a special little song, and it's made out of just 3 notes. See? That's how you play the guitar, just like that. Just do that. And then everything else will come into place eventually, you know. You know how that stuff goes. Pretty soon you'll be like doodly da and diddly do. play scales my ass. And you don't need no music theory either. Good, all good tunes always just emerge straight from the ether. And it takes no special kind of ability or talent, just a willingness to channel that which has some value. And then you'll play a song and people will be like, hey, now look at you. You can play the guitar while you're strumming. Play guitar and sing along and humming. Play guitar, that's what you can do. And then you realize what a totally useless thing it is. Wow. That's the most useless thing I've ever learned how to do. I don't think I've ever made a single penny off of it. If you count things in monies, right? Am I secretly Picarded? Well, I was just talking how when I was a little kid, first, when I was a little kid, I thought I might be secretly retarded and not know it. And my parents were paying people to play along. Then later, when I was a teenager, I thought I might be secretly gay and not know it. I'm worried I might secretly be gay. I'm not sure what that's all about anyway. I just know that here in 1988, people don't approve. What if I turn out to be gay? Oh, I'll be sad that way. 'Cause everybody says it's not okay to be that way in 1988, oh yeah. As I'm touching myself and looking at boobs, I'm wondering if that proves anything. I'm wondering whether secretly underneath all this attraction to women might be some deeply buried homosexuality. Eventually I realized that I'd need to be attracted to men. That kind of goes part and parcel with the whole thing then. Also, when I was a teenager, I was worried I had AIDS. Until my mother told me only people from Haiti can get that. True story. I was worried I had AIDS. I wasn't sure how exactly I could have gotten it, but somehow I'd gotten it. And even though I knew it wasn't true, I wanted reassurance about this. And I talked to my mom and she told me, don't worry, only people from Haiti get AIDS. Isn't that a funny thing to have told me? I remember another reassuring moment when there was a period of time when I was really worried about nuclear war. I was really worried about nuclear war, you know? And my mom said, well, don't worry about it, because if nuclear war kills you, it'll kill everybody else at the same time. And I was like, oh, well, that is fair. I found that incredibly reassuring somehow. It's a good point. At least I won't be the only one. Now I see it more as a mutually assured destruction war prevention mechanism. I've got a more sophisticated worldview on it. My student Jeffrey had a history assignment tomorrow. Has a history assignment that says he's got to argue about this guy who was briefly the leader of Haiti. He's this guy who tried to create, basically, tried to make Haiti into a straight up legit French colony after fighting against and successfully attaining the end of slavery, but then went on to sort of make these kind of this constitution that was very cozy with the white landowners. And he's supposed to argue that this guy should be remembered most for his emancipation. So, what I told him to do was say he should be remembered for his emancipation, even though it didn't result in what we would consider real emancipation. Like, it required people to pay their employees, but it still sort of made them subject to the plantation. And what I had told him to argue was he was just trying to pull a de Klerk rather than a Mugabe. And that's necessary. So I gave him my Zimbabwe card. 2007, 2008, Robert Mugabe tried to do okay, I'm taking all the land from the white landowners and I'm giving it to the native peoples here. And it had disastrous consequences. So, I'll pull up my Zimbabwe card. Everybody wants to see my Zimbabwe card, I'm sure. Eric, can we see your Zimbabwe card? Sure. Sure, that's fair. That's a fair thing to ask. Ooh, I want to see your Zimbabwe card. Me too. Okay, let's look at it together. Zimbabwe, 2007, November 2008. Daily inflation rate 98%. Prices doubled every 25 hours. Zimbabwe's hyperinflation was preceded by a long, grinding decline in economic output that followed Robert Mugabe's land reforms of 2000-2001, through which land was expropriated largely from white farmers and redistributed to the majority black populace, led to a 50% collapse in output over the next 9 years. Socialist reforms and costly involvement in Congo's civil war led to outsized government budget deficits. At the same time, the Zimbabwe population was declining as people fled the country. These two opposing factors of increased government spending and decreasing tax base caused the government to resort to monetization of its fiscal deficit, which led to prices doubling every 25 hours, so that pretty quick it took like $1 billion Zimbabwe dollars to buy a loaf of bread. Well, and that, very equivalent is exactly what happened in Haiti after that guy was killed and Haiti became an independent nation in 1804. Rhodesia? Rhodesia sounds like amnesia you get from going to Rhode Island. Oh, Rhodesia, you so cray. Okay, will you stop? I don't want to give you any money. I am going to scroll away. You're annoying me. I think I gave you money one time, and now you just ask me money all the time. This is the third time I've asked you. I know, maybe you should stop being so rude. Let me read your goddamn website. I'd feel happy if I had as much traffic as you do with Wikipedia. I wouldn't be all fussy about it. Oh, sure, you don't have any ads and you're fantastic and free and everything. And I believe in you and would like to support you, but I still don't want you interrupting my experience, okay? The Republic of Rhodesia was an unrecognized state in South Africa from 1965 to 1979, equivalent in territory to modern Zimbabwe. Huh. What do you know? So basically, what I told Jeffrey to argue is, he was just trying to prevent a Zimbabwe. That's all. He wasn't keeping those enslaved people in servitude. He was just trying to prevent a Zimbabwe. That's all. You don't think Rhode Island's very spectacular, or what? You're not a big Rhode Island fan? I like Rhode Island. You know why? Because it's the only state to begin with RH. Have you guys ever heard that song, Meow Meow the Thompson Gunner by Warren Zevon? It's a good song. You should check it out. And Zevon. Alright, I'll do it again then. That sucks. Stupid Eric, so dumb. Alright. Here we go. Am I still working? Is it still working, the audio? Yeah, okay, good. Here we go. Down to dinner in his Sunday best. Excitable boy, they all said. And he rubbed the pot roast all over his chest. Excitable boy, they all said. Well, he's just an excitable boy. Well, he took in the 4 a.m. show at the Clark. Excitable boy, they all said. And he bit the usher at his leg in the dark. Excitable boy, they all said. Well, he's just an excitable boy. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, excitable boy. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, excitable boy. Well, he's just an excitable boy. He took little Susie to the junior prom. Excitable boy, they all said. And he wrecked her and killed her when he took her home. Excitable boy, they all said. Well, he's just an excitable boy. It's going too slow. After 10 long years, they let him out of the cell. Excitable boy, they all said. And he dug up her grave and filled the cage with her bones. Excitable boy, they all said. Well, he's just an excitable boy. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, excitable boy. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, excitable boy. Kind of a dark song. A little bit dark, Eric, yeah. Maybe you should lighten things up a bit. As it was, being a Zimbabwean immigrant was the worst thing a person could be in Southern Africa. They were the new Hebrews, homeless. Thabo, my name is Thabo Katolo. The mud hut I grew up upon was located in Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, we suffered much indignations that we continue to suffer to this day. We were the new Hebrews, homeless. That's my Zimbabwean accent. What do you think? Pretty good? It would not be an exaggeration to say that the land question in Zimbabwe is the single most decisive one. What a lot of Westerners don't understand is that if you grow up in a mud hut in Zimbabwe, oh, it's wonderful to see you. It's so wonderful to see you. Because I grew up in a mud hut in Zimbabwe, I must say, oh, it's very good to see you. Very, very good to see you. Like that. Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking canes, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well at Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose with lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no woman in the part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that you fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got the work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no moment in a part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hunger and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hunger and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hunger and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get it, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Thingy, thingy, thing, a ring, ding, ding, dong. I should use a spittoon during that song for sure. Bukadika-jow, a jika-jika-joo, a jika-jika-jika-jika-jika-jika-joo. That's so hard to play, I can't play it. The thing is so hard to play. It's like almost impossible to play. Stop, Eric. Stop. Stop being a thwacker. Okay. I think I'm about done streaming here. Can you play some chorus and songs and we can guess? That sounds fun. Yeah, that was Blue Shadows. But I can't really play it. It's too hard to play. Oh, okay. Let's see. I'll play some chorus and some songs and you guess which song it is. I'll show you if I can play some famous song, okay? Alright, I'll tell you what. I will start with this one. It's probably a pretty easy game, really. You recognize this song? You recognize that one? You can name that song in 3 notes? Amazing. Maybe if I play the chorus. Yeah, that's fine. Here's a song. What song is that? What about the one I just played, though? What about that one? Right? Yeah, that was the first one, was Never Let You Go. What about the one I just played, though? That's different. That's a totally different song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know a lot of super famous covers that I know to remember how to play, you know. But this one? Okay. I really should stop playing guitar now. Shit. It's on the tip of your tongue. Okay, that's not a good place for shit to be, Elise S. You don't want there to be shit on the tip of your tongue. No, I actually slept already. I'm not gonna go to sleep. I don't need rest. I need to focus on something more productive than fucking around, you know? That's what I need to do, if anything. Like, I wouldn't mind recording this song, but you don't have a good recording of it all. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming through view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps a better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Years ago. This song goes out to Boba Fett. Okay. Okay. Things are getting really real now, okay? Really, really real. Turn up all the background noise. That's how real things are getting. I'm going to show the guitar in the frame. That's pretty real. How real as things really get in reality. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches an end when the road disappears. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I'll look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with home. And that satchel, now nothing but bones. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-pa-dee-da, da-dee-da-dee-doo, doo-da-dee-da-doo-da-doo. Boop-a-dee-da, ba-dee-da-dee-da, da-da-dee-da, da-da-da. Makes me feel soft in my heart. I come from New York City. I come from New York City. Right down to Florida. I come from old Chicago to California. Well, I never left the place I love, 'cause I was out of dough. But I'm 1/2 step from Utah and 2 miles from Idaho. So when you ask me, darling, do I have a trucker's woes? Well, I got to tell you, baby, from my head down to my toes. I drive all night and I drive all day to be home by the end of the week. And I gotta tell you, baby, things are looking mighty bleak. Well, I'm a couple of pair of underwear away from Tennessee, driving west to see my past girl, old Linda Lee. Well, I'm driving fast and I'm drinking beer, radios on Winona Judd, and I'm 1/2 step from Utah and 2 miles out of the mud. So when you ask me, darling, do I have a trucker's woes? Well, I got to tell you, baby, from my head down to my toes. Drive all night and I drive all day to be home by the end of the week. And I got to tell you, baby, things are looking mighty bleak. Trucker's woes. Yeah. There are definitely some psychological issues. It's like, I'm not sure what it is, but there's something wrong with that guy. It's like, he talks kind of weird. Like, what is he even saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's like, what is he even saying? What is he doing? Why is he talking? You know, I feel it then. That's what I feel like too. Too much noise in the data stream. Too much noise in the till it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. There'd be time for yesterday. Would there though? Would there really? 'Cause I think you know how that goes. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a true idea for... What are you guys talking about? I'm curious about this. Who are you talking about? You talking about me? I hope not. C.S. Joseph. Oh. You hope he treats his wife well? I have no idea. I'm not his wife, nor he, nor in his life. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking how about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless from listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald's building, there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. That was a really good rendition of Gerald. When they hire his firm. Not his sperm. Why would they hire his sperm? C.S. Joseph? Arrogant? Sure. Hot-headed? Sure. BPD? Easy now. I don't know what to say about C.S. Joseph. I think what he suffers from is a disorder known as ESTJ syndrome, which results in him being an ESTJ. Which to intuitives can sometimes look like a pushy no good neck, depending on your perspective, you know. Some people view ESTJs as pushy no good necks, but you got to remember, without ESTJs, we'd all be just a little bit smaller and a little bit weaker than we currently are. Without an ESTJ in your life, you're like a boat adrift on the ocean, with no one to tell you how you should treat your property differently and so forth. You really shouldn't leave that out there. It's your business, but Are Marjorie's tasty spots? I mean, actually, it's her elbows, mostly. Her elbows secrete a sugary dew, a honeyly clad laden dew, known as ambrosia, that the hummingbirds like to drink. Please have hummingbirds in my elbows. Please have hummingbirds now. How many hummingbirds do you think it would take to make a full meal for a hungry man? How many hummingbirds do you think you could eat in one sitting? You don't have to eat the bones, you know. They're deviled hummingbirds. They take out all the insides of the hummingbird, they squish it all around and put it back inside with some paprika on top of it. I'll tell you what's classy. This guy right here. Nothing but pure class. This fellow. This guy. Talk about humility. A bastion of humility. This guy right here is pure class. You will never hear him talk big words about himself. He lets others do that for him. He's too classy for that. This guy. This guy with the striped shirt here. With these little doodads. These tassels. Tassels on his nips. I got tassels on my nips. I got nips on my tassels. One way is acceptable, one way is not, you know. One way is racist, one way is not. You can say I got tassels on my nips. But if you say I got nips on my tassels, you're going to be accused of racism. You know what I'm saying? First time I went dove hunting at 4 years old? Who takes a 4-year-old dove hunting? I don't know who takes a 4-year-old dove hunting. I have a gun at my house, though. It's I haven't even looked at it in years, really. I've looked at it recently, like within the last couple of years. But, it's a 22 bolt action rifle, and my dad's had it ever for as long as I can remember. You know, as a kid, he always had excellent gun safety, which means he leaned it in his closet next to the boxes of ammunition, and told me not to touch it. You know. I grew up in the 70s, so same difference, kind of. You will never see a child in a photo from the 1970s wearing a helmet unless there's something wrong with them. Because back in the 70s, that's what we all thought was the only people who ever wear helmets are people who have seizures and stuff, you know. I actually don't have any tassels. But I was feeling my breasts earlier when I was going poo. And I think, just like Rachel, my left breast is a little bigger than my right breast. This is true of Rachel, and it's true of me too. I think our breasts have synced. And I am this close to being ready for a training bra. You know what I've always wondered, I'm sure you have as well. What are you training for? What exactly are you training for with your training bra? Are you training for having boobs? Yeah, Rachel's right boob's a little smaller than her left boob as well. My right boob's a little smaller than my left boob. I wonder if it's a right-handed thing. So can somebody explain that to me? When people put on training bra on their kid, what are they training them for? Wearing a bra? I guess. Really, what they should call it is a boob bud coverer or something. Because the thing is, there's this age around like 6th grade or whatever where they need to start wearing an undershirt because it's too much nip, even though they don't even have any boobs yet. So sometimes, like, female teachers will talk to the girls, or else I'll talk to a female teacher sometimes and say, you should talk to that girl there. She's unaware of her body and growing. You know. You have C cup. Well, I'm working towards a B minus. You know. I'm still an A cup, but I'm hopeful. One day. That's what Delilah wanted when she was a kid. Like, more than anything. Yeah, I just want big boobs when I grow up. What? Delilah, how did you turn into this person? That's not how I raised you. Like, you know, I told Delilah right from the get-go, you don't want to be into that makeup and lotions and stuff things. There's nothing wrong with B cups, alright? At least us. Don't let anybody tell you the contrary. As a boobs guy myself, I can tell you, boobs are fantastic in all different shapes and sizes. Yeah, well, I frequently inspect Rachel to make sure her breasts haven't become shifted during flight or something. So I'm acutely aware of their respective sizes, changes in size and shape. Inspection time. Present arms. Well, not if everything's normal anyway. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, right? If you've got bottom cheek number 1 and bottom cheek number 2, you've got 2, then you've got a bottom, but you might call it but that's an outward hole for sure. Don't put things up in there, Joe. That's not a clean place to hump. Yeah. The 2 perfectly serviceable holes in the front One's at the top and one's down below, but one is the mouth and one is the cunt. And don't put that in the thing in the back, 'cause that's where poop comes out from. You don't want to put your penis in there, that's a terrible outcome. That's my anti-anal sex song. Why do that? You've got two perfectly good holes. Why use the dirty poop hole? Makes no sense. It's not sanitary. You want to talk about having some junk in the trunk. Uh, eh, uh, 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 uh. Yeah. Oh yeah. Butt lifts. Butt lift sounds like a terrible job. I gotta work the butt lift again. God. Smells like ass over here. Ew, your butt smells like ass. I actually prefer smaller features. Except you'd like my nose on your woman. You want her to be petite and demure, except with this nose. And beard. And when you're having sex with her, you'll scream, "Oh, host Erica." And she'll say, "What are you saying, Jonathan? Why do you keep saying that?" Never mind, never mind. Just shh. Don't say anything about it. I prefer my women 3'2". I want a 3 foot tall girl. Yeah. Full grown woman, but 3 feet tall. The perfect height for a woman. Little compact little thing. You know, shorty, as they call them. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor, next thing you know. Shorty got low, 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 low. What's that? Acapella time? Yeah, it is. You know what I like to sing acapella, right? Again with that audio. What the fuck? What's up with that? Every time I push this or something? It's ridiculous. God. Stop already. I have to sing it again? I just finished singing it. Well, there's no remedy in the situation. It just has to be sung again. And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green? And was the holy Lamb of God on England's pleasant pastures seen? And did the countenance divine shine forth upon our clouded hills? And was Jerusalem builded here among these dark satanic mills? Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear, O clouds unfold. Bring me my chariots of fire. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land. Thank you, thank you. That song was called Jerusalem. It's a song about England and how England is and stuff. You probably wouldn't know about it because you're not from England, but that's from England. Oh, Bobby, son, you're a trickster. You know, let me tell you. Hi friends, host Eric here, host of Talking with Famous People. After my last video, in which some people wanted to know why I gave that movie a low grade that I gave it, that Shang-Chi movie, and if I was really comparing it fairly against its like. Okay, so I'm going to do right now a comparison and to explain why that movie is so not good compared. So let's compare it, for example, to Thor Ragnarok, which is an absolutely spectacular Marvel film that I've watched 3 times. It's so good. Why is it so much better? Well, because it's paced so much better, for number one, right? It's like it never stops being funny and or actiony, one of the two, and both usually. It's hilarious. Thor Ragnarok is one of the funnier of all the Marvel movies. Every one of the characters is memorable and super well written. Like that guy that he's made out of rocks. That guy's a hilarious character. He's always so positive. Yeah, I started a revolution, but didn't come together. Didn't print enough pamphlets. He's fantastic. The opening scene where Thor's in the cage and then he's hanging from a chain and he keeps spinning around and he keeps telling that Ragnarok guy to wait until he spins around again. Funny as hell. The whole movie's funny. Also, Thor Ragnarok is an example of a film that has the greatest single use of a song that everybody knows or pretty familiar with ever, which is their use of the Led Zeppelin song in that movie is fantastic. It's just, you know, where all love is calling, and then, you know, it's like they play it right when he falls down on the Rainbow Bridge. It's great. That song's great. I mean, it's not a great song, but it's perfect in that. Love Who, I think, is an INTP. I'm pretty sure. His video on ENTPs was good. His recent video on ENTPs, I watched it and I enjoyed it. It was quite good. I used to visit all those very gay places, those come what may places, where you could see where you've been washed away by too many through the day, 12 o'clock tales. I forget all the lyrics to it. That song is called Lush Life. I was wrong, but life is awful again. A trough full apart could only be unsure. A week in Paris would ease the sight of it. All I care is to smile in spite of it. I'll forget you, I will, while yet you are still burning inside my brain. Romance is mush, stifling those who strive. I live a lush life in some small dive, and there I'll be while I rot with the rest of those whose lives are lonely too. That's how jazz songs have to end, you know. Lots of doo-doos. You lost 100 pounds? Well, where did you last see it? Where do you last remember having it? Your precious weight. I prefer precious. You lost your precious weight. We're going to help you find it again. Look in your boobs. You probably left your boobs. It's one of the big problems about losing weight. I eat it and it just goes straight to my hips instead of to my breasts where I want it to go, or my ass. It goes straight to my waist, my stomach. Binge eating is a youth due to abuse. Yeah, you got all kinds of fucked up shit going on, Elisa. You're depressing. Quit talking to me about being abused. It's depressing. I'm trying to blithely ignore suffering right now, so please don't bring it to my attention. It's like, not looking at those homeless people. Same thing, okay? Just facilitate my pretending everything's fine. It bugs me when I hear what people are actually suffering. It makes me feel. I don't like to feel things. Okay? I'm glad you're in a much better place. You are. You're in the best place. It's called the Talking with People live stream. The best possible place you could ever be. It's like heaven plus utopia plus Valhalla plus heaven. Again. That's how great it is here. You're in heaven. Ah. At least this is heaven. Ah. Because she's listening to Eric sing this song. And yes, she's hoping she might someday sing along. She can do so right now if she wants. Yeah, yeah. See, I'm an entertainer. I entertain like that. It's always with the ha-cha-chas and the ho-ho-hos, the yaka-yaka-yakas and the wada-wada-wadas, the waddle-coots and the cuddle-waddles. Everything, back and forth, left and right. It's non-stop entertainment around here. Have you heard the one about the guy doing the thing? It's hilarious. He's blah 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 blah. Ja-cha-cha-cha-cha. See how it works? It's a non-stop laugh riot. It's a roller coaster of non-stop laugh riots crossed with extremely serious, dark, meaningful scenes of death and devastation. It's emotionally schizophrenic, you might say. My newest film. It alternates between hilarious slapstick comedy scenes and commentary about genocide. I want you to shift gears real fast in this film. It's titled Emotional Schizophrenia. I just go between different emotions. So first scene is meant to make you laugh. Second scene is meant to scare you. Third scene is meant to make you cry. Fourth scene is meant to make you angry. Fifth scene is meant to make you confused. Sixth scene is meant to make you sleepy. Is that not an emotion, Eric? It's close enough. It's close enough. The guy doing the thing walks into the bar. What does the bartender say? Sorry, we don't serve your kind in here. And the guy says, what kind? The guy's doing things, obviously. You need to go to the Schick Shadle Center. You need to go to Schick Shadle Gay Reparation Therapy. Bob Boberson asks, have I considered a different type for myself? No, never once. Intro verse, chorus, outro verse, chorus, outro verse, chorus, intro verse. That should be the organizational scheme. How about you, Bob Boberson? Have you ever considered a different type? You know what I have to say about Bob's, right? What type do you think you are, Bob Boberson? Not that you know, because you've never been typed by me, so you couldn't possibly know your own type. Only I can designate somebody's official type. Oh, you've considered a different type for me? Well, you must be really, really terrible at typology then. Like, on what possible grounds? What other type do you think I am? Do tell. Is it beginning to look a lot like Bob Boberson? Everywhere you go? I am running a holiday special, just $50 for a typing session. Yeah, my type was pretty clear right away. Before I even learned about cognitive functions, I read the type descriptions, realized I was obviously an ENTP, and took a couple of online tests. They all turned up ENTP. Then I learned about cognitive functions and it became even more very clear and obvious I was an ENTP. Then the conventional understanding of extroverted intuition why would first slot extroverted intuition be in the background? Are other first slot functions in the background as well? I mean, my dad's an ESTJ. I know very much what third slot extroverted intuition looks like. I was married to an ESFJ. It's much more concretized. It's very sensory. Well, right. This is the water in which I'm swimming right now. It's called non-stop extroverted intuition, right? I think you misunderstand that metaphor. You see, not all attentional manners are passive. Some of them are. Receiving functions, for example. So, my crayfish is like a receiving function. It sits in its cave and waits for food to fly by it. But some functions are action functions, and so that metaphor doesn't work as well for those, does it? So, of course, it's absolutely not the case that any extroverted extroverted intuitor in the third slot would be able to do all the extroverted intuition stuff that I do. It's just not possible. And, of course, being an intuitive comes into play as well. So, one way we know that I'm extroverted intuition in the dominant slot is because of the manner of thing about which I extrovertedly intuit, which is a bunch of intuitive stuff. It's not sensory stuff, really. Like my dad, he extrovertedly intuits by planning vacations to places and stuff like that. My ex-wife, she extrovertedly intuited by learning some technique and then applying it multiple times in small variations and stuff like that, you know. That's third slot extroverted intuition. It is an absolute value for them. It's a scorecard for them, but it doesn't work like that. Bob Boberson, you're just provoking mindlessly. So you clearly don't know anything about me. You've never seen me or talked to me when I'm not on camera. You have no reason to conclude anything about how I use extroverted intuition in my life just from watching my YouTube videos, right? No, it's not an argument. Saying that I indulge in it and I don't be it, what's exactly the difference there? So, for example, if I were to be extroverted intuition, I would make YouTube videos? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Bob's a troll. Exactly. Bob's just a provocateur who wants to elicit response, which he's successfully done, but that won't last very long. No, it's not an argument. You need to actually distinguish between what you mean by indulgence and being. So if you're saying that you have reason to conclude that I don't behave the same way when I'm not on a live stream, you've got no reason to conclude that, right? You don't know me when I'm not on a live stream. How do you know this is just me when I'm indulging myself in extroverted intuition? That I'm not the same way when I'm not on the stream? I mean, I talk all the time. It's true I'm quieter when I'm not on a stream, but it doesn't mean that I'm not extrovertedly intuiting. I'm just doing it more in my head. I mean, how many more videos would I need to make before it became actually a way of being rather than just an indulgence? I've got like 6,000, right? Does that not qualify more as a way of being than as an indulgence? trying my best, yeah. Thanks, Bob. If I'm not an ENTP, if I'm an ESFJ, as I've said before, why is it that I was a debater in high school, a very good one? Why is it that I taught conditional logic to high school students, wrote a book about critical thinking, wrote a book on how to sentence diagram grammar, English grammar, and taught it from a logic perspective? Why is it that I was an extremely successful debate coach, both generating original cases that were logically sound and teaching students to execute those cases? Now, I've had FE DOMs in coaching before as my assistant coaches. I hired an FE DOM to coach speech, and they were a better speech coach than I, because, of course, they're a little bit better at the FE. I'm a pretty good speech coach, as you'd expect from an extroverted intuition dominant, with FE in the third slot, which is an absolute value. I do my best to be likable, and I do my best to be successful on FE grounds. But to conclude that I'm an FE Dom, you'd have to ignore my long history of a robust relationship with introverted thinking that predates any knowledge of cognitive functions. So, in other words, I can show you a video of me when I was 17 years old, before I knew anything about MBTI at all. I never even heard of MBTI. And you can see clearly in that video, oh my God, Eric is totally the same person. He's making the same kind of arguments back then that he does today. So the question was about some new law, and I argued that it ought to be stricken on the grounds that it was unconstitutional and violated the First Amendment protection of peaceful assembly. This was, and when the high school channel interviewed me, right? It was back in high school, before I had any reason to think I was an ENTP, or even heard about anything like that, Still gave the same kind of answers. So, you got to be pretty determined to be wrong to try to claim that I'm anything but an ENTP. People who think I'm an ESFJ should maybe watch the video called Host Eric Yells at People. Yeah, if I were an ESFJ, I probably wouldn't do so many intoxicants on screen. I wouldn't have DMT streams, probably. There's definitely a subset of people who are very intent on delegitimizing me, and one of the best ways that they assume they could do so would be to call into question my type. The problem is, of course, you have to make an insane leap to try to justify any claim that I'm anything but an ENTP. Because if I'm not an ENTP, then show me one. This is the problem they have, right? Point somebody who's actually an ENTP and show why they're different from me, or how they're different from me, they're going to have a big problem. They just can't do that, really. It's impossible for them to figure out how to show me an ENTP who highlights this purported difference that I'm going to demonstrate as an ESFJ, right? And of course they can't do that. It's impossible to do that because I'm like the fucking textbook ENTP. You can't find an example of a person more obviously ENTP than I am. Then you might say, well, that's just like an FE dom to try to structure themselves to look like that. But I'm not trying to look like that. I actually am looking like that. In other words, I'm not pretending to have good TI. I actually teach logic. I actually wrote a book on critical thinking. I actually coach debate. I was actually very successful coaching debate. Like, these things require you to actually have good TI. You can't fake it. To be a successful debate coach also requires very good extroverted intuition. You can't. Now, granted, ESTJs can be successful debate coaches. In fact, the debate coach from whom I learned the most was an ESTJ named Scott Wheeler. Yeah, they don't honestly mistype me. I don't think they're honestly I don't think they're being honest at all, right? For people who want to come in here and say, I'm something other than an ENTP, I don't believe they're interested in being honest at all. I think they're trying to delegitimize me. Because there's no legitimate way to draw that conclusion, right? Anybody who isn't determined to draw that conclusion wouldn't draw it. Right. Well, at least as Model UN. If you think Model UN is intense, try competition flow debate. So, policy debate is the king of debate. LD is second. Public forum is third. I guess you'd say Parley is fourth. You put Model UN ahead of Congress, probably. But policy debate is the king of using reasoning to compete about an advocacy. It's where the smartest discourse goes on. Now, granted, a lot of it is very silly discourse, too, because you can run whatever you want in policy debate. As long as you can find some sort of, even if it's just an analytic, you can still run it. You just probably have to have some kind of shell supporting the fact that it's an analytic. I didn't ban you. I gave you a timeout. And the reason is very straightforward. I don't think you're being honest. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. As I just expressed, point to an ENTP who's actually an ENTP then, and show me how they differ from me in ways that are demonstrable. What's your goal? If your goal is to convince me I'm an ESFJ, well, you've got some work to do. Point to an ENTP who differs from me in ways that are articulable of this principle that you're claiming to justify your claim with, right? So what's a real ENTP look like if it doesn't look like me? Bob Boberson. No, I'm asking you a question. I'm saying you need to do a lot of work, right? Because you're running against something that's pretty really well established on lots of different anchor points of data, of referencing, of stuff like that. So, in other words, you're coming in with the world is flat kind of thing. So you've got a huge burden of proof. But the least you can do is point to a clear example of somebody who's an ENTP who behaves differently from me in a way that would exemplify the justification you're providing. Okay? Lindy Beige? I don't know who that is. And in what fashion is she different from me that suggests that she's an ENTP and I'm not? I'll look her up on YouTube. Lindy Beige, huh? So, okay, what makes you think he's an ENTP? Nicholas Lloyd. Okay, so what I see here is he's got a lot of videos about weapons in the olden days. Okay, let's see. And why would you think that having all of your things being about the same topic is an example of being extroverted intuition? Because, I mean, like what you see with my channel is I've got comedy videos, I've got music videos, I've got videos about debate that I make for debaters, I've got videos about various philosophy topics, I've got videos about MBTI stuff, I've got long videos, I've got short videos, I've got videos that are highly produced, I've got videos that are very underproduced. So why would a channel that has videos that are all about the same topic basically be more an example of somebody being extroverted intuition than having a channel with a haphazard disarray of different topics and different things and different projects? I've got videos of me just reading a lot of poems that I wrote. I've got videos of me reviewing movies. I've got videos of me, just about everything you can imagine. I've got highly edited clips videos of me. I've got a clip video of me yelling at people. I do what I feel like doing almost all the time. But I can't stick with one thing because I have part of being me is a sort of institutional drive towards novelty. I get bored doing the same thing over and over again. So now you say that means I'm third slot extroverted intuition, but gosh almighty, that sure is robust. Like when we think about third slot, we don't normally think about somebody who can rattle off, improvisational stuff that perfectly put together and shit off the fly. I mean, that's really high skill extroverted intuition, right? So Bob Boberson, if you were right, then this would be a horrible night, 'cause everything would be all topsy-turvy. Yeah, you see, you've got a problem, lacking vitamin C. You've got scurvy, and that's a problem. If I'm not extroverted intuition in the first slot, then somebody who is must do this a whole hell of a lot better than I do, and I do it quite well. Yeah, you think you know a lot about cognitive functions, I guess. But if you don't know anything about extroverted intuition, this is the best kind of extroverted intuition you will ever see. I'd like to see you imitate me or Lindsay, whatever his name, doing this. And if in fact my NE is so much better than he, then why would it be the case that he's the ENTP and not me, who can make up in song form and rebuttal to everything that's wrong from you, and it be all both true and successful musically at the same time. Oh hell, it also rhymes, and it's just made up on the fly, 'cause I'm a super fly guy, and extroverted intuitions to the sky. It's not third slot. That would not be a lot like what I demonstrate now. Indeed, how could they possibly ever attain This level of mastery is not the same when you're not dominant in a function. And no matter how hard you try at this junction to convince anybody that I'm not extroverted intuition, you will certainly will fail. If you look at it, when Eric actually makes TI arguments, they're all rehearsed ahead of time and prepped. He always has diagrams and PowerPoints and Word documents and such. Bob takes a shot in the dark, and once again he proves he's not very smart because he's not seen many videos of mine. Have I prepped out this argumentation line that I am singing to you right now ahead of time? No, I ain't. I just read your stupid shit, and I said that stupid shit, and then I started singing about it in this song. And the things I say are true, they're not planned ahead for you, because after all, I'm just making it up as I go along. I mean, you gotta be serious, right? I mean, you can't possibly be serious. Any without anything limiting it. That's true with my dominant function. It's the water I swim in, right? Like you said. It's not limited like the other functions. I'm fully immersed in it. I'm as fully immersed as you are in shit. Inside your brain, there's nothing but it. If you think that this is third slot in E, then you've got to go pee, and your bladder is filled up with gee whiz. I don't know, but it's something moronic. Perhaps it's omnicronic, like the variant you've got. The variant that's not very hard to get, I guess, even if you're inoculated. That's why I'm not feeling very bad indeed. I'm not even feeling hated, sad, or angry at you for your incredibly stupid shit, because it lets me demonstrate how rad I am at this. Oh yeah. You go find me any fucking third slot, any person who can do that. Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead. Or, you know, like somebody here basically says, suck my dick, motherfucker. My FE's not very good, Bob, so I will shame you and treat you like a piece of shit. Yeah. Hey, Tiger, don't you feel a lot of shame for being so dumb? Hey, Tiger, don't you feel a lot of shame for being so dumb? Oh, no, my FE's not first fall after all. It starts out, that's why I don't give a fuck. I hope you fall into despair. Troll. You're either a troll or genuinely so dumb as to be indistinguishable from one. The inning he expresses is much more practical, and his TI is actual arguing, not arguing about how to argue. Okay, you don't know anything, dude. You're fucking nuts. I'm done with you, troll. TI rehearsed. I do remember arguments I've made before. That's because I'm an SI type. I'm not an NI type. So yeah, I've got broad memories of various arguments. But I don't, you'll note, say them word for word the same way every time or anything. I'm always trying to approach it from a different kind of angle. Yeah, I am the most NETI you will ever see. I am the textbook ENTP. Debate coach. Literally a debate coach. Professional debate coach and former high school debater. Who was also on the newspaper staff and has played in the band and all that stuff, right? First you tell me everything's scripted, but then I argue you down in song form improvised. That's gotta hurt, you know? That's a kick to the balls right there. That's administering justice Bufordly. I administered your justice boofwardly. I don't like Among Us. It's boring. Games in general are boring. Okay, fine. I believe it, Horse Rumbler. If he's the same as me, then he's the same as me. I never watched his channel. But, so what's the difference between him and me? What? And it's like, these asswipes, right? It's like they come around just to try to piss me off by making stupid ass fucking claims that aren't possibly justifiable by any reasonable calculus. And it's just, why do I waste my time even engaging that much? You know? I mean, the thing is, at least as it matters what type I am, obviously, because I'm a typologist. But I've never varied for a second on my own typing of myself, and I don't think any sane person questions it. I'm literally a textbook fucking type description of an ENTP. I'm literally like the type description come to life. And they talk about him being debaters. I literally was a debater. I am a debate coach. They talk about him being making logical arguments. I make logical arguments all the time. They talk about him being expressive or creative or whatever, and wanting to be the center of attention and stuff. And I'm all of those things. I'm not particularly graceful with my FE. Habit. Yeah, force a habit. I afford everybody the benefit of the doubt at first. I try to. And sometimes I ought not. When they're obviously not able to think at all or willing to. Like, but the thing is, what I want to try to identify, I guess, is it the case that those people know they're full of shit and are just trying to get a rise out of me? Or do they actually believe the bullshit they're saying? That's what I want to know. I think generally they don't believe it themselves. But it's hard for me to answer that question, I guess. If they're really committed to wanting to believe what they want to believe, I guess, I don't really know how possible it is to fool yourself with that. Okay. Maybe it's the Russians, Mayor Countess. They like to spy on things. Okay, I'm gonna go. That kind of made me sad. It's like, yeah. Yeah? It made my experience unpleasant. I get what you're saying, Rain. And that's why I shouldn't indulge it at all. Because it does make my experience unpleasant. Oh, it's not going to ruin my day. It just makes me not feel. I mean, I was about ready to stop live streaming anyway. It's been a long stream, you know. I'm not unhappy. I'm parched. Definitely parched. I don't know. It's already forgotten. That won't occupy any headspace. You gotta be a little bit more tricky than that to occupy headspace. It's just annoying. It's very foggy out today. It's not very often foggy in Los Angeles, but it's foggy today. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's take a look outside at the fog. Oops. Can you see the fudge? The fudge, the fudge, the fudgy, fudgy, fudge. Can you see all the fudge? Can you see the fudge, fudgy, fudge? It's a very fudgy day in Los Angeles. Sorry, kitty, I didn't mean to kick you. Do you see the fudge? It's called fudge, Boba Fett. It's a very foggy day in Los Angeles. You know, my fingers are sore. I've played the guitar enough. I think I'm gonna split. I don't know if I'm tired or just meowy. I may just be meowy. Happiness is the hilarity of a morning sunshine. Okay. Goodbye, my foggy friends. It's too cold to have this door open any longer. Showing you the fudge is causing me to suffer. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? Oh no, Eric, no. We don't want you to suffer at all. You have such a hard life. I do. I bear many, many hardships. Day in and day out. It's just like non-stop hardship around here. If this were a ship, it wouldn't be a soft ship, let me tell you. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha, as they say. Now we're at equilibrium. Eric's out because he's upset by Bob. You know, there are a lot of different people in the world named Bob. We all have our Bobs. For some, their Bob is shyness. For others, their Bob is there's dog poop on their shoes. For us, our Bob was Bob. And you know, into every life, a little Bob will fall, they say. You can't appreciate the sunshine without a few Bobby days, as they say. Alright, I'm tired. I think I'm going to go lie down, maybe. So, goodbye, people. Thank you for being here. You put up with a really haphazard stream. Very generous of you.